Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points do not matter. In today's show, we are going to build something, and it's going to be completely based on chat suggestions. So if you're on Twitch right now, you can click this little button and see how many seedlings you have. So seedlings are a reward for watching the channel, following the channel, going on raids, stuff like that. You basically build up your seedlings over time. And this specific redemption will cost 1,337 seedlings. So when I enable it, it is not currently enabled, but within the next 60 seconds, I'm going to enable this. And the first 10 people to submit a suggestion, we will use those 10 suggestions to build an app of some kind. All of the suggestions are open to interpretation by me because this is my show. I can do what I want. But the general idea is these are going to potentially sway or inform what we build. Now, when you make a suggestion, do not suggest a specific technology, framework, or idea. Like, don't say, build a snake game. Don't say, use Vue.js. Don't say anything like that. What I want are not specific, just totally random words of any kind. If you've ever been to an improv comedy show, something like that. So you can say bicycle or hat or guitar or painting, anything like that. And we'll use all of those suggestions. So is everyone ready? Type 1 in the chat if you're ready to do this. Book. Not yet. And you have to use this. You have to use this. All right, here, get ready, here we go. And we're in. Okay, that's it. That's it, it's already in. Okay, so here are our suggestions. I'll pull these in over here. Me Not Santa has suggested keyboard. Sound of Gaming has suggested mud. The Omni King with water. Null Pointer with server, Chief Mustardo with making a brew, Sniper No Sniping with fidget spinner, Limeoats with 62. That might be the first time we've ever gotten a number as a suggestion, but I appreciate it. 0x Fuba suggested map, Mark Boots suggested book, and Alka suggested strategy. All right, so here's what we got to do. We got to come up with just a general overarching idea that incorporates all of these things, and then we'll start building. So feel free to throw them in the chat. Basically, we want something that incorporates these. I'm going to set a 5-minute timer. Is there a lag for suggestions that are sent from further away? I mean, you'll have to talk to Twitch about that. I don't know. I mean, there obviously is some network lag, and like some people might be seeing me say something before other people see me say something, but whenever I click enable, it's in Twitch's hands at that point. Okay. Mud water beer. A fidget button on my keyboard that gets me water with mud. Well, we can't do anything physical. All right. I usually like to pick one suggestion and then kind of like target in on it. I mean, maps are always fun. So some kind of map. What kind of map? We have making a brew. I mean, we could have a map of coffee shops. It would be really interesting, though, to build some kind of web-based fidget spinner. Yeah, I mean, so some kind of like world map is what I mean there, because you could interpret map in a lot of different ways. It could be a mini map, which is a mini version of whatever thing you're on. It also could be like a map data structure. But fidget spinner is cool too. Like, could we build a web app that people can use when they're bored? Potentially. Yeah, it could also be just like we could target in on just the word spinner. It could be some kind of randomization. We do have mud and water. We've got server, which also could be interpreted multiple ways. Ryan says, watery mud beer with the fidget spinner tap in a 62-book user manual with the strategy map. Yeah, it's just kind of like a cookie clicker. Exactly, Choclo. So something that keeps people busy. All right, we got to do something with the number 62. It should maybe be strategy based and something about a book. Yeah. I mean, one thing that's kind of popular right now is Squid Game, and they came out with Crab Game. So we could do something like that where up to 62 players can play or join. But I don't know if we can do that within this stream. I'm only going to be coding for about an hour or two. Create a fidget spinner that changes the location on 62 coffee places worldwide. Yeah, we gotta do something. I don't know, making a brew. This could be all kinds of brew. This doesn't have to be beer. This could be a witch's brew or a root beer. Set a coding timer for 62 minutes. I'm not opposed to that. I am absolutely not opposed to a 62-minute speed run. Not opposed to it. What else? I like the idea of just a map in general. So let's focus in on that. What can we put on a map? Could do something, like we said, like with coffee shops, but also like making a brew could be find local beer breweries in your area on a map or something like that. Hey, and see you later, Ryan. Thanks for hanging out while you did. The font is called Anonymous Pro. Yeah. Bipartite map? What is a bipartite? Literally use map somewhere in the code. Yeah, that'll be the easiest. A strategy game where you have to collect a fidget spinner, brew, etc. on a map. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a callback to like one of the first coding improvs that we did, where you went like on a scavenger hunt. It wasn't that complicated, but that could be interesting, where it's strategy based. You have to collect these various things. Yeah, I mean, we could do like a coffee shop simulator. Like you're a barista and orders are coming in and you have to make the orders. I mean, it could kind of be like what's that game where you're making food? Yeah, so maybe not a map, but we'll have a map somewhere. Anybody know what I'm talking about? There's a game, it's multiplayer, you have orders come up on the screen, you have to collect the ingredients. Overcooked, that's the one, yeah. So we could do something Overcooked style, but like for coffee. And then, I mean, it could be like a coffee scene, and there could literally just be like a map on the wall, some guy sitting in a chair using a fidget spinner. Something about you have 62 seconds to make all of the orders, and you are a server, you are the barista, and some of the orders are like mud water. This is it. All right, we're gonna make a very basic version of Overcooked. Help me come up with a name, because this is we're making coffee. Something about baristas. Put virtual me in the corner with the fidget spinner. Yeah. Overbrewed, that's perfect. I mean, I don't think we can get better than that. Cool. Over-complicated? And the barista always pronounces the names wrong. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna call it Overbrewed. The general idea, and how I think we're up. Well, yeah, our time is up. So this is our idea. We're gonna make a game called Overbrewed. Orders appear on the screen. So we need like a list of possible coffee combinations. So if you've ever played Overcooked, like you do things like make a hamburger. So a hamburger requires a bun and a patty. And so if you have a plain hamburger, you just put the patty on the bun. I guess you have to cook the patty, then put it on the bun, and then put it on a plate and serve it. But also you could get a burger that has lettuce and tomato, or a burger with only lettuce. So list of possible coffee ingredients. We'll have to come up with those. We'll then have like a 62-second timer. You'll need to make as many orders as possible within the 62 seconds. So an order pops up on screen, and this is some combination of one or more ingredients. You could also say that the order complexity increases as time increases. So the longer you play, the more complex orders you're going to get. We need, on the screen, we need a way to pick each one of the ingredients. So a way to pick an ingredient. We need a way to add the ingredient to the current order. And then we need a way to serve up the order. Cool. Oh, a coffee ingredients API. That could be cool. Use a map to pick the coffee bean origin. Something like that. Keyboard control only? That could be cool. We could almost make it like Vim. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because that satisfies this specific one. So we'll say keyboard controls only. Vim style. I don't really use Vim, so we'll say I guess. Yeah, then we have a way to serve up the order. We'll say each order is worth a certain amount of points based on ingredients. And then after timer is up, game is over, you get that many points. All right, we're going to make a very simple keyboard-based version of Overcooked. It's going to be called Overbrewed, and we're going to be making coffees. This sounds fine. We can do this. Any thoughts, comments, questions before we get into this? And also, we'll check out this coffee API. Interesting. So these all have different ingredients. So like ingredient here is just coffee. Ingredients, espresso and steamed milk. Espresso, steamed milk, and foam. Espresso, hot water. Espresso, foamed milk. I mean, most coffee is the same. Coffee, sweet, panela, coffee, traditional, sugar, milk. All right, I'm not going to use this API, but we will use it as inspiration. I think it should be pretty cool. All right, let's just get the app set up. I don't think I'm going to use any sort of game framework. This is literally just going to be like we're going to see stuff on the screen. It's going to be fine. I'll let you all vote on what we use right now. And here are your options. So we want React, Vue, Svelte. That's it. Those are your options. Or just vanilla. So nothing else. You have a minute to vote on what we're going to use to build this thing. Can I build an API endpoint without Node, like vanilla.js only? Are you asking if it's possible? It is possible. Wait, without Node? You need to build an API, you need a server. And Node.js is how we run JavaScript on the server. So I don't think so. My answer is no. I don't think you can do that. If React is winning, DeCollars is like, please no React this time. I don't know. Why does everybody like React so much? Give you a chance. Yeah, how about this? If you don't know what to vote for Vue. So anybody that is like, I'm not gonna, I don't know. I don't care. Vote for Vue. If you don't care, vote for Vue. All right, React won. Oh well. I'm not going to overrule the vote. We're just going to get into it. So let's make a React app. React is basically the hardest difficulty setting. Yeah, and it's not that it's hard. It's that there's just more code involved. It's just more code. There's a lot more that we have to do that isn't taken care of for us. But it's fine. It's fine. We're going to create a React app. We're going to call it Overbrewed. Yeah. Ah, you all voted. We're going to use React. Mark, you broke the chat overlay message? How? What? You mean this? This is whenever you do a /me. Yeah. Thank the metaverse for the extra code. All right. I'm thinking we can find some cool images, pixel images of coffee. I always like pixel art. Let's find coffee pixel. Coffee hero, powered by coffee. Oh, would you look at that? I was gonna say it's like Overcooked. I don't think it is. They're maybe it is. Maybe it actually might be like Overcooked. That's fine. I just want some pixel art of coffee mugs, coffee shop. Ooh, okay. This does cost money, but let's see what we get. You know, the thing is, we could just do it with CSS. Like, because if we're gonna be building the coffee, like we have to build it up one step at a time. So we basically just need like a blank cup, and then we put the ingredients in. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So I kind of just want like I want an SVG of like a Starbucks style cup. Because then we can fill it with different colors based on the different ingredients that you add. Oh, look at this, a mug done purely in CSS. I want the internals to be visible, which is why I want to do like just like a clear cup. Let's just search for clear cup. And we want it to be, I just want it to be an SVG. Kind of like this. Is this an SVG? That's a JPEG. Can I search by type? Filter type. Thank you, Sam. That's kind of what I want to do, Pablo. Except, or file type. All right. That's a JPEG. This isn't working. I'll search Google. Does that work on Google? I'm on DuckDuckGo. Images. Clear cup. Type. Line drawing. File dash type. Let's try it one more time. Clear cup. File dash type. SVG. Not quite. Okay, we could probably find something here. Transparent cup. This shouldn't be this hard. We should have found a cup by now. Let's see what you got, Krusty. Honestly, yeah, this is perfectly fine. It has a Creative Commons 0 license. Thank you, Krusty. We're gonna use this. Let me download it really quick. Cool. This technically has the Creative Commons 0 license, which means I don't think they even need attribution, but we're still going to attribute them. Cool. So I have this SVG, and I'm just going to throw it into a React component. I technically could import it, but I specifically want to be able to set different layers inside of it and put colors inside of it. So let's just do this. So in our main app component, we're going to throw the coffee cup component in here, and then we'll create a coffee cup component. Happy Diwali, Pranjal. Components. Coffee cup.js. All those groups. Let's see what we can get. All these empty. Why are all these empty groups in there? I don't think those are necessary. We'll see. We're gonna export this component, and then we'll import it in over here. Cool. Let's see what we get. We'll start up this app, and we just want to see a coffee cup on the screen. Well. It's true, snipers, no sniping. It's almost what happens every time is we just spend all the time finding images and stuff. React JSX doesn't support namespace tags. That's fine. I think I can just leave the top level SVG stuff. The style prop expects a mapping. That's a really weird background property. Enable background? I guess this is specifically a SVG thing? I've never heard of this property. Nice! So we've got ourselves a coffee cup. Let's go ahead and just do some CSS modules. Coffee cup.module.css. We'll make a class for the cup, and we'll just say height is 200 pixels. We'll import that module in. And we'll put the class on this SVG. Styles.cup? What did I call it? Cup. All right. Is it 200? Hey, it's 200 pixels high. Wonderful. Oh, it's deprecated? Yeah, what happens if we just get rid of it? It still works. All right, we're going to get rid of that. Cool. Also, there's all these extra groups. I have a feeling we can just get rid of them. Let's see. Seems fine. Cool. Cool. Now, what I want is to be able to fill a portion of... this is React, but right now we're working with an SVG. I want to fill a portion of the cup with a color. I guess because this is a path, can it have a fill? Fill is for the path itself. How can I fill? Cool. No doubt. How can I fill the contents of a path? SVG fill path with color? Make a new path? The stroke is the path. Oh, I see. What's up, fish and chips? Oh, how can you view the terms? Let me put them up on the working on right now. Open it in Inkscape. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. Though, I mean, honestly, I could just create my own coffee cup. That would be way easier to fill. I'm just gonna do that. I'm not even gonna use an SVG because we can create the shape with divs and such. But yeah, let me get you all the what we're building. Cool. If you do exclamation mark working on, you can see all the ideas and stuff. Now, what I'm going to do is just recreate this coffee cup with divs, and then it'll be really easy to fill that div with color. SVG fill rule? I'm going to use divs. I'm going to use divs. Mainly because I want to be able to put shapes inside of that div and then just set their height, and then they automatically have the 100% width, and then it'll take up and it'll be diagonal, all that good stuff. Okay, so we have the parent div that is the coffee. What's going on here? The parent div that is the coffee cup. Cool. I don't know why there's a capital V there. Great. So we have a div. It is a cup. Now, let's give the cup. Actually, we'll remove this here. We're just gonna hard code this for now. So in our styles, we want this to have a border of, let's say, 10 pixels, solid black. See what we get. Cool. So it's 200 pixels high. It's automatically 100% width. So now we need to give it a width. So we'll say width 50 pixels, 100 pixels. 150 pixels. Cool. So that's our coffee cup to begin with. Now, we want it to be, how can I make it flared like this coffee cup here? Is that possible with CSS? Also, I'll get rid of the stroke here. Rotate it in the y-axis. Transform. Okay. So you can do transform, rotate y 10 degrees, 100 degrees. Nope. Rotate it in perspective. I don't even know what that is doing. Skew? Is skew an option in transform? Oh, skew y 80 degrees. Whoa, okay. All right, let's try what Alka's suggesting. So if we do perspective, 200 pixels, rotate x by 15 degrees. That's the opposite of what we want, but we're close. Can I do negative 15? Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Let me just center everything else up. So we can see it. Cool. There's our coffee cup. It's beautiful. So now that we've done that, we can have things like an ingredient. And so this will have a class of styles.coffee. And coffee will have a height of 90% and a color of brown, or a background of brown. Nice. However, I'm going to do what Alka suggested, so transform origin top center, so that way it's not upside down. What's going on here? What do I mean by hard-coded? When did I say that? But what I mean by hard-coded is this is literally just the value that I've put in there as the code. It's not adjustable. And the main reason I did this instead of like creating a class or something like that is because I'm just going to delete this SVG once we get it going. This is a rectangle rotated away from the camera in 3D space. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If I can just get it to show up right. What is skew? CSS skew? Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Let's just try. Negative 45 degrees? That doesn't do it. The div is simply at the top. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, you're totally right. I don't even know what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay, we'll go back to what we had. Yeah, you're totally right. Because the height is only 90% and it's at the top. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say this coffee will be display flex. And flex direction column, and we'll just reverse. I guess we'll reverse the order. Or no, justified content flex bottom, flex end. Yeah, like that. All right, we've done it. We've done it. Let me find a better brown color. But here's the idea: is we can just add other ingredients. So we'll add the coffee, we'll put the cream, and we'll put some foam. We'll also have to dynamically set their sizes based on the number of ingredients. But yeah, we could do cream has a height of 5% and a color, a background of yellow. And then some foam on top with a similar thing, like gray. But we just make sure they're in the right order. So yeah, there's foam, cream, and then coffee. And then now, look at that. We've got a coffee that's got ingredients inside of it, but we need yellow, green. Yeah, we just need some better colors. I'm going to use this color generator here. I'll find a nice brown color. Dynamically set the color based on the coffee bean country of origin and roast grade. I don't think we're going to do that. However, this is a really nice screen, this Caput Mortem. Let's see what we can do. Let's go lighter. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna lock this one in and then find some, yeah, so this could be like the foam color, I guess. What color is coffee? I don't even drink coffee. I don't know what color coffee is. This seems fine though. What other ingredients are we gonna have? This is coffee brown? Let's see. Oh, I mean, it's not much different than the one that I chose. I'm imagining the overbrewed style is just that, like, the ingredients are stacked. Like, it doesn't really, like, change the color. If we go back to what are our types of ingredients, so we have steam, we have coffee. I guess espresso, maybe we'll make espresso black. So let's find a nice dark color. We don't just want black, we want like a dark color that's almost black. Like, let's see, like this. Yeah, like an Americano is just, it's black. So we'll call this espresso. Let's make this like 50% espresso, 50% coffee, 5% foam, 5% cream. Cool. This seems fine. I am curious though. We see like this weird artifacting on the edges of the color. Not sure why that's happening. But what color? I guess milk needs to just be an off-white color. This API was shared. Yeah, anti-aliasing is what's causing this. This API was just shared in the chat. It looks like coffee ingredients. We're not gonna use it though. We'll use it as inspiration. And welcome in, Frey Demazy. Looking for like an off-white. And what's up, Kenny? Welcome in. Will we ever get there? We also could just choose one. What if each ingredient in the cup was a subcomponent and the parent component dynamically calculates its color based on the contents? I really want it to be separated, just because it's kind of like overcooked. You're basically building up the thing. Because, I mean, I guess we could list out the ingredients that are in there. But I guess the other thing is, by doing it this way, if you mess up, this would allow you to just remove one of the ingredients. Which doesn't make sense in the real physical world, but you technically could do that. And okay, not now. Thank you for the bits. Long time not chatting. What you doing? I'm making an overcooked style game. That's going to be much simpler, but you're building coffee instead of other things. Lots of supports as well that I miss them. 0x4A, thank you for the bits. Acid Spark says, man, Twitter letting me down with a timely notification. That's happened recently, hasn't it, Acid Spark? Thanks for being here. Thanks for the 19 months. 0x with another 100 bits, and okay, not now with the 100 bits. At this point, I'm not getting an off-white color. Let's see. Ooh, that was one. I missed it. This is literally just white. Deep champagne? Let's swap these two. So foam gets this darker color, and then cream gets that color. Yeah. What am I clicking to generate? I'm just pressing the space bar. That's the way this site works. Is you can lock in colors, and the space bar will generate others. This could work. Cultured? I don't know. Okay. I think this is good enough. Like this is our coffee cup with ingredients in it. Now we just build the game around this. Like orders come in, you need to select the specific ingredients. This will be interesting though if we make it keyboard based, because we'll have like all the ingredients that you can choose from, but you'll have to use the arrow keys to get over to the specific ingredient and then add it. Instead of just like clicking, or instead of just like typing the name of the ingredient. Let's also give it this nice little top on top of the coffee cup. Let's do this. So we'll have a div that is the coffee cup container. And then we'll have a div, which is the top of the cup. Cup top. Can I do this? If I do dash case, does it work as camel case over here? We'll see. And then the coffee of the cup top. I don't think that works. I think I have to do this. Yeah. Great. I guess technically this needs the same perspective. Oh no, we'll just put this on the entire container. And then this shouldn't need it anymore. Oh, because I specifically have the width set to 150 pixels. That's why. I was like, what? Why? Why is it off center like that? Cool. We're almost there. We'll make it 20 pixels. And then we'll make it a little bit wider. Yep, and then we just need to off-center it by 5 pixels. Can I do that with a transform? Translate X negative 50%. It's too much. 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 20 pixels, 15 pixels. What should the math be here? So it's only 10 pixels larger than the cup. Left 50%. I mean, I'm honestly just going to nudge this. It doesn't have to be perfect. Negative 12 pixels. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is the box sizing messing us up? Let's see. We'll just make everything box sizing border box. and no margin. Nice. Yeah, but the thing is, now that there are no margins, I need to give it a bigger height. Yeah. And that's what I would expect. Now, if I do -5 pixels, it's where I want it. So if you've ever wondered, why do we do this? So things go where you expect them to go. Because -5 makes sense if you do the math, because if it's 10 pixels larger than the whole, if we offset it by 5 pixels, then it's in the center, because then you have 5 pixels on both sides. Yeah, you're right, Acid Spark. It should be a default. Cool. Seems fine. We've got ourselves a coffee cup. Let's actually write some game logic. Okay, so at this point, we don't need the SVG anymore. This coffee cup is going to be passed a list of ingredients, and then it'll dynamically set the ingredients and the sizes and stuff like that. Okay, let's come up with a nice coffee shop background. Let's take a quick stretch. Unicorn is asking, why am I using class name versus class? So in React, well, specifically in JSX, which you use with React, all of these should be class name. So yeah, I messed that up. All of these should be class name. But the reason is because we're technically in a mix of JavaScript and HTML right now, and class is a reserved word for an object-oriented class animal with a constructor. Like when JavaScript sees the class word, that's what it thinks we mean, which is why when we're here in JSX, we do have to do class name. But yeah, I messed that up. These all should be class name. Okay, pixel art coffee shop background. Yeah, I did not mean to mix them. Why did class work? I think I was probably getting a warning in the console. I don't know. Well, if you do !break, you can get a link to that break timer that keeps popping up. Do I want to do this, or do I don't want to just set a solid background color? I kind of want a pixel art shelf so we can grab all of the ingredients. The animated one? Which one? This one? This is cool. I want to be able to credit them though, and I don't know. Yeah, we'll just do this one, and then we'll have we'll have the ingredients on this shelf. And thank you, Awaited, for the bits. You could fix the jaggy cut border with this CSS. Box shadow, inset, 0 pixels. Okay, let's try it. What was the rest of it? 3 0 pixels, 1 3 pixel, black. I think I might need that specifically on the cup. Yeah, I think that changed something. Let's see. Yeah, okay, check it. So without the box shadow, with the box shadow. Thank you for that. awaited. Much appreciated. Okay. Now, our app, our top level component is going to need that as a background image. Let's get rid of all this extra stuff. Actually, don't even want that. I just want the... well, you know what? I think I'm just going to have a game area. Yeah. It won't be on the app itself. We'll have something like the, I guess, the game component. And that game component will have a specific width and height. And then the app... it's just going to flexbox the whole thing. I'm going to make this fixed width. So like it's not going to look good on mobile. You'll need to play this on desktop, especially because you need a keyboard. So yeah, I'm not going to try to do anything fancy. So we'll say the body has a width of 100 view width and a height of 100 view height. And then the root element will have a width of 100% and height of 100%. Cool. So our app now takes up the whole page. Then we'll create our game component. And inside the game component, it's going to be a specific width and height. The game area might have a menu screen. Yeah, I mean, we'll have like a menu with a list of ingredients and stuff like that. Yeah, so the root element comes from where this React app lives. So if you look in here, this index.html is where all of this React code gets injected. And basically the entire React app lives on this div with ID root. So that's why I used that Octothorpe root selector, hashtag root selector, so that it would target this. It sets that to 100%. If we look at the body is set to, so basically they're all children. So the body is 100 view width, 100 view height. So the body takes up everything. And then root takes up 100% of that. And then our app takes up 100% of that. And our app is the flexbox. So yeah. And now we can do some more styling over here. So we have our game. Let's say it has a width of, I don't know what's good, 1,000 pixels, and a height of 800 pixels, and a background of red, just so we can see it. And then we'll use that class here. May I ask where you picked that one up? What picked what up? What do you mean? Oh, I need to import the game component. So right now it doesn't exist. We'll import game from component/game. And now we're not going to just have this coffee cup here. That'll eventually exist within the game. Cool. Nothing returned from render. If we look at game, that makes sense. Great. It's pretty good. That's our game area. I'm going to go a little bit less width. We'll go like 800 by 600. Perfect. Oh, Octothorpe. Yeah, the pound symbol. I just learned about it a long time ago. Because I was trying to in teaching programming, you have to use words to talk about things. Kids these days will just call it the hashtag, but it did not originate as a hashtag. Yeah, what is the thing's real name? It's the pound sign, the number sign, the hashtag. The octothorpe. It's the official name for the pound symbol, but what does it mean? It's actually a made-up word invented in the same laboratories where the telephone came from. So it was invented at Bell Labs, yeah. But I mean, I think the pound sign is probably the most universal one. People probably won't know what you mean if you say octothorpe. Okay, I want this image to be the background. And actually, let's just see if we can get it perfectly on here. So let's have an image. Source is that link. We'll give this a class name of background. And I specifically don't want to do a background CSS because I don't want to worry about like centering it and stuff like that. So check it. This will have a width of 100% and height of auto. And let's figure out what the rendered height. Yeah, so this will actually be our game area. We'll just reduce the height here. So the rendered height is 350. So that's what we're going to make our game. Cool. This is our game. Where we'll need a place to show all of the ingredients. We'll put them on the table here. Yeah. Cool. So I think we want an ingredients component. And that ingredients component, we can specifically position in that spot. In IMPROV. Thank you for the bits. And we'll do little, I guess, boxes for the. I mean, coffee doesn't normally come from a box, but whenever you're creating the coffee, you'll need to choose from a specific one. Yeah. And yeah, class name is specifically a React thing. We talked about that a little bit ago, but because we're in JavaScript, class is a reserved word, so you have to use class name. Yeah. All right, this is going to be our ingredients. And we'll have an ingredient for coffee, frothed milk, I guess. We'll just call it milk. Actually, no, I guess milk is different from froth. It doesn't matter. We'll just have milk. We'll have espresso. What are our other ingredients? Foam, cream. I guess foam is different from cream. With sugar. Sugar could be one. I don't think we'll do flavor shots. I want to keep it down to like 5 or so, just like your basic coffees. Flavor shots will be like level 2. Whiskey. Is mud an ingredient? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. We were getting away from our actual initial suggestions. Yeah, and I guess water should technically be an ingredient because I think an Americano is like half water, half espresso. So water, and then we throw some mud in there too. Okay, let's create these styles. Ice? Oh yeah, you could get an iced coffee. Cool. And that would be a special ingredient because if you choose ice, it'll just be like floating on top of everything or like appear to be on top of everything or behind everything. Ice. All right. These are all of the ingredients. There's going to be orders coming in that are a select few of those ingredients. It's going to be totally random. So you could get an order that is sugar, mud, and ice, but you then have to use your keyboard to select those ingredients, put them into the cup, and then serve up the order. Yeah, okay, so let's create some CSS. We need all of this. I guess we'll set the background colors for these. And then we need just a general ingredients container class, and then a specific ingredient class. So the ingredient class will do something like border 3 pixels solid black, width 20 pixels, height 20 pixels, something like that. And then each one of these other classes will have just a specific background color. But then ingredients just needs to be nice and wide. So how many ingredients we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ingredients. So 8 times 2 is 16. 160 pixels wide. Yeah, that was. Yeah, so I'll show you how I did that. The main keyboard shortcut there was choosing things that are similar and then duplicating that. So because all of these lines start with class name equals styles dot, I selected it, and then Command D will select the next thing that matches that exactly. So I matched all of them, and then I just turned it into a CSS class. So at this point, I have a cursor on every single line, and I can just start typing. From here, you can use, on a Mac, it's Alt right will jump over the word. So now I'm at the end of the word for every single line. And then if I want to select till the end of the line, that's on a Mac, it's Command arrow would go to the end of the line. But if I hold Shift arrow, that selects to the end of the line. And then at this point, I'm just working with multiple cursors. I think on Windows, you would use Control instead of Alt. Yeah. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, so those keyboard shortcuts will work anywhere. The only one specific to VS Code is the Command D or Control D, which duplicates. It selects the next thing that matches. Everything else is like a operating system level keyboard shortcut, like jump to the beginning of the line, end of the line, jump over the keywords, jump and select. These are just built into a Mac. They're built into Windows too. I have a thing about it. Let me find it. Yeah. Oh yeah. So there's a spot. I mean, it's funny that we're going to build something that's somewhat Vim-like, but there's a spot in the frequently asked questions that's like, why don't you use Vim? You can read my answer on it. But I also link you to this. These are shortcuts that will work anywhere. These shortcuts will work in like a text editor. Like, doesn't even have to be VS Code. Like, check it out. Like I'm in the URL bar here. Like I can jump over specific things. I can jump to the beginning, jump to the end, select the whole thing from that direction, select it from that direction, select just that. These are all just, those keyboard shortcuts work anywhere. And this is them. They're somewhat similar on a Mac, or sorry, on a Windows, but you like use Control instead of Command. Okay. What are we doing? We want to get these to show up on the page. But watch, I'm going to do it again. So I know that I want to put a cursor on all of these open curly braces. So I selected one of them. I'm going to Command D until we get to the last one. And now I have a cursor inside of every CSS item, and I can just start typing. So I'm going to do background of black for now. No, we're going to go red, so it's differentiated from the outline. Cool. We'll import these in. And then we'll put these ingredients on the page and position them and resize them so that they look good. I can't believe I've been alt-clicking. Yeah. I mean, that's another way. Like, you don't always have the exact text that you want to select, but yeah, I think it's alt-click. For me, I think it's control. Yeah, it depends on where you are. There's a command-click. Yeah, for me, it's command-click, but that will allow you to put a cursor like literally anywhere. But if you know that you want to put your cursor on something similar to where you are, the Command D is helpful. Okay, so we're going to export this component. We're going to throw it on top of the game here. And then we'll need to position it. I'm going to make the game position relative. And then I can position the ingredients absolutely on top of it. So something like left 30 pixels, bottom 50 pixels. But we'll figure out what that thing should be. I also want to credit this background image from here. Oh yeah, Audrey, are you asking about the con that I went to? Because it was really fun. I went to Fan Expo here in Denver, and yeah, I dressed up, and there was lots of cool stuff there. All right, let's see if we can find the ingredients. They're below. Let's reposition them so that they're actually visible. Oh, I need to. Yeah, I'm missing that. Thank you, Mark. So in order for these to take effect, I have to say position absolute. Cool. So the ingredients are here. And then each ingredient has a set width, but it doesn't have a set height. Oh, I need to put this ingredient class on each of the elements, which I didn't do. Okay. So this is where a lot of people would reach for a library, because we actually need to apply multiple classes to the thing. But I'm just going to create a quick little function called class names that takes in an array of names. And I mean, honestly, it's not that difficult, but it just joins them together on a space. But then I can do something like this. Class names with styles.ingredient singular, like that. So it's basically just gonna create an array and then combine it together on spaces. So now every element has the, yeah, look at that. Every element has the ingredient class. Okay. I guess the ingredient container should be a flexbox. So then it'll go that way. Yeah, great. And then now let's position these ingredients up on the table. Okay. I'm going to go about right there, and we're going to push it up. To about right there. Seems fine. Yeah, we'll gap them up too. So, I guess I technically don't need to set a width on the parent. And then I can just do like a margin of 2 pixels for each ingredient. So they're a little bit separated. And then I want them to be a little bit taller. Let's go 35 pixels. Yeah. Add a 3D perspective rotation to match the top of the counter. If you can come up with the CSS for that, I'll do it. But I don't know if I want to figure it out. Cool. So we have the ingredients. It's the same as before. All right. Let's see if I can figure it out. We want something like this on the ingredients container. Oh, so that tilted them like that. Do I change the perspective? What do you got here, Conrad? Wait, is that the image? Oh, we're working in React right now. Yeah. Rotate Y. Rotatey. Nice. Wow, that's so cool. So then we just go 15 degrees. Look at that. We can go a little bit less. That's so easy. That's pretty cool how, yeah, it looks like it belongs now. I mean, we're going to change the color and the look of it so it actually does look like it belongs. Yeah. Yeah, and then the rotate X makes sense too. Like 5 degrees. But I'm going to make them a little bit smaller. So that way they don't overlap the coffee cup. So let's go like 32 pixels. Wow. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. I'm proud of that. If this is all we do today, I'm proud of it. All right. So, the next thing we need to do is using the keyboard, we need to be able to select the current ingredient, right? So what I want is some kind of indicator that says what the current ingredient is. So let's do something like this. We'll have a class called like, ingredient selected. Something like this. And then this changes the border to like, can you do dashed white? Something like that. And then let's just make this 4th one selected. Yeah, so now we will programmatically change the selected one as you use the arrow keys. Cool. We'll also have some kind of indicator so that whichever one you have selected, it'll tell you what current ingredient you have selected. And the other thing is we can put the coffee cup right there. So it looks like we're adding the ingredients. This is going to be great. It's going to be great. Okay. We got some supports. In IMPROV, thank you for the bits. And Phoenix Rising, thanks for the 14 months. let's get the programmatic navigation. So we basically want to set the why not have keyboard shortcuts for each ingredient? It makes it way too easy. Like the idea with like the Overcooked game is you have to like run across the kitchen to get the ingredients, and if you could just say like if you just do like coffee, espresso, I think that makes it too easy. So that's why I want to do arrow keys, because that'll make it easier to mess up, and then it's not as easy to actually make the cup of coffee. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Okay. Let's programmatically allow us to select which one, choose which one is selected. So we need some kind of state in here in the ingredients list. So I'm going to bring in use state from React. And this is going to let us set our selected ingredient. Also, I think I want to do something like this. Ingredients is an array of objects. Then each one has a name. Yeah, I think that's actually what I'm going to do instead of this, because then we can set the color in here. Just watch. Okay, so we're going to do our keyboard foo again. So basically, I expect you to brew me a coffee when it's done. Okay. Really, all I want is the name of the thing. So we'll do something like this and this. All right. So we've got all of the different things. Each one needs to be an object where the name of the ingredient is a string. And then we close off the object, separate it by commas because we're in an array. And then each one will have a background color and specified inside of here. But what that will allow me to do is for whichever one is selected, we now have a name that we can associate with it. So we know that the selected ingredient's name, and we can show the name on the screen. That kind of thing. And now that we have those, we can just map over them. So we'll say ingredients.map. Oh, that's actually really funny. It should be the RFC for internet connected coffee pots. Ingredient. And we want one of these for every single one. I guess the issue is it may or may not be selected, but that's fine. And then we're actually just going to do like an inline style for the background. Great. So now we get rid of all of that. It should look exactly the same, except we changed it to black instead of red, but that's fine. We're going to change these colors eventually anyways. Cool. All right, so we brought in use state. We need some state as the selected ingredient. And then we have a function to set the selected ingredient. Ingredient. Did I spell that right? Sure. And it'll default to 0, so the 0th one. I guess we could use the object itself, so I could just do something like ingredients at 0. Well, no, we kind of need a number. We need a value here. Cool. And then we can use this here. So this is going to give us the index as well. The other new thing is we need to specify the key, and that's just going to be the ingredient name. But we can do this. If selected ingredient is equal to this index, then we want styles.selected. Otherwise, nothing. Cool. And now that I'm thinking, I think I want this selected ingredient to be in the parent container, because the parent container will have all the keyboard controls and shortcuts, and it'll just pass down what the selected one is. So I'm gonna move this up. So this is gonna get a selected ingredient as a prop, and then just use it here. But then the game is the thing that's gonna have the state. Yeah. The ingredient name is unique because each ingredient only shows up once, so it's okay to have that as the key here. And yeah, this is just what we do in React. there's a lot of ternaries everywhere. Here, let me format it with prettier. Let's see what it does. Yeah, that's a little more legible. It's still a ternary, but okay. So the game knows what the selected ingredient is. It's going to pass that down to the ingredients list. And the game needs a listener for keyboard movement to change the selected ingredient. I'm considering if I want to listen for keyboard input at the full document level or just put a keyboard listener on this div. I think I'm going to do it on the entire document. So that way you don't have to click on the game to start using the keyboard. So here's what I'm going to do. I have this thing called use effect. I can pass in a function that only runs once. So the code inside of here is only going to run when the game is mounted onto the page. And this is where I'm gonna actually do DOM stuff. Typically, you don't do this in React. You'll just do something like on key up, and then you can specify a function right here. But I want to listen on the entire page, not just this div. So I'm going to add an event listener for key press. It gives me the event. I'm going to put this in a variable called listener. And then the other thing is whenever this thing is disposed, which is when the page closes. So I don't technically need to do this, but it's just the right thing to do, is to free up the memory. And we'll remove event listener. Okay, let's log the event so we can see. Actually, it makes sense to put this at the bottom. Yeah, okay. So, arrow key right. Why is JSX not complaining? About what? It's not picking up my arrow keys. Maybe I want key down. Yeah. Because key press, for whatever reason, doesn't detect arrow keys. Yeah. Okay, so the key here is arrow right and then arrow left. Okay. So, yeah, event.key. So if event.key is equal to arrow right, then we're going to increase ingredient index. Else, if the event.key is equal to arrow left, then we decrease the ingredient index. Cool. I think the other thing is we actually need this list of ingredients at a top level as well, because the game needs to know about the details of the selected ingredient. So we'll pass this down as a prop to the ingredients as well. So we have our ingredients, and then we can pass them down here. But now we can do this. So we'll say set selected ingredient as the selected ingredient index +1, but we want to wrap back around if they go all the way to the right. So we need to do some modulus of the length. What's 7 mod 7? 0. That makes sense. And then 8 mod 7 is 1. Wait. Should be fine. So I think I want add 1 mod the length. And then this one is subtract 1 mod the length. Cool. All right. Does it work? It works. Okay. Wait. I think maybe. No, it doesn't. It does not work. Only one of them is selected for some reason. Let's look at the absolute value on the subtract. Oh, you're right. You're right. Negative. That'll thank you, Doc. I'll do -1 plus the current one. Okay. Start over. All right, we can go right. We can't go right. The moment we go, for whatever reason, it just breaks after the second one. What am I doing wrong? Add the length. Subtract 1? Selected ingredient plus ingredients.length mod the length. Length plus index -1 mod length, says Mark. Well, I'm going to go with what Alka just said, because it kind of makes sense. Test it with a unit test? No way. We're just going to plug code until it works. And then what about for left movement? Yeah, I could also do that, Laser. That'd be a lot easier. Just like have an if statement. And then that'll never be negative? All right. That's all we get. Why is this so hard? We'll do this. The next index is this +1. -1. If the... We're not even going to do modulus. We're just going to manually do it. If the next index is greater than or equal to the length, then it's 0. Otherwise, it's the next index. And then here, if the next index is less than 0, then it's ingredients.length -1. Otherwise, it's the next index. All right. This is the winner. Why doesn't this work? Right, 1. Oh, I know exactly. It's a React issue. Yeah, I didn't even think about this. We are attempting to use a state variable. Yeah, okay. Nobody caught this? Or are React people watching? You're the one that told me to use React. So here's the problem. This use effect has the mod code was correct. I'm sure it was. We're going to leave it like this, though. This use effect has no dependencies. And so basically, this thing is created behind the scenes on the initial render with the state value set to 0. And this is never recreated. So inside of here, next index is basically always 0. It's always 0. What we want is the current value. The easiest way to do that here is to pass it a function. So this will give us the previous value, and then we can do something with it. And now this becomes previous value. And so now we can be sure that we're always using the current value and not what the value was when this use effect was first created. Whew. All right, this is the one. Watch. Okay. Hard refresh. Nice. Arrow keys all day. This is why React is just coding improv on an unnecessarily hard difficulty. This is really cool to me because these are effectively... I mean, these are just divs. Yeah, the modulus would work now. It definitely would, but I'm gonna leave the code the way it is because it's not important. It's easy stuff. Well, not easy, but like it works. I'm gonna leave it. But yeah, to think about, like, these are technically just divs on the page with some CSS, and then we make it look like it actually belongs inside the GIF. Cool. Let's get a nice pixel font from Google. I think is the one called like Player One or something like that. Anyone know what the Google font is that's like pixelated? It looks like the highest budget one. Yeah, because we used a pre-existing image that's done really well. BT? That one's nice. There's like a game over or something like that. Why is it not finding anything? We'll use this one. It seems good enough. Nice pixelated font. Cool. So press start. That's the one. Let's compare the two. I actually kind of like this one better. It's a little bit thicker. Maybe this one or this one. I'm gonna go with this one. Seems more legible. We're gonna go with VT. Okay, so I can grab those links, throw them in my HTML right here, and then now I should be able to use this font in my CSS. I'm just going to set everything within the game container. Actually, within the app, the entire body will have this font. So if we just go here, we want this. And then now that we have the selected ingredient index, we can use that to display which one is currently selected. And let's do that just right above. We'll do it right above the ingredients. We'll make it a part of the ingredients component. So let's have a div. This will be the info. We'll do something like text align center. And this will just have the selected ingredient name. Yeah, right now it's to the left. Why is it to the left? Because it's included with the list of ingredients. I don't want that. I want it like here. Like this, and then this just is, yeah, like this. Cool. Where did it go? Oh, wait. Keep it in the div for the 3D perspective. You're right. But I think I'll just move the 3D perspective to the container. Let's call this like container. And then we have container that has, oh, well, yeah, the container needs all of this. That's really all it is. And then there doesn't even need to be an ingredients class on here. Or does there? I guess the only thing it needs is display flex. Cool. So color is white. Oh, there it is. Mud is selected. We need to increase that font size. Ice, coffee, milk, foam. Cool. Let's go with 32 pixels. Coffee, milk, foam. Selected? Wait, what? Oh. That's not right. That should be cream. Cream, sugar, water, mud, ice. It was just trial and error for the 3D perspective. What do you all think of this? Does it make it clear that it is the currently selected one? Because I kind of don't want to put the names of things on top of each other. Go. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go with it. Okay. Let's get the colors how they should be, and then we can start building our cup of coffee. So basically, we'll make it so that like you use the arrow keys, and then when you hit enter, it'll put that item into the coffee. Yeah, mud. Yeah, mud is an option because that was one of the original suggestions. Here. Yeah. It is a little hard to read. It doesn't have an outline. Uppercase the first letter? Sure. Let's see if I can figure out a keyboard shortcut way of doing that. Watch me. Do you think I can do it? Edit. Isn't there like a text transform selection? Didn't there used to be a text transform? Here we go. View. Transform to uppercase. Whoa. Oh, that's, look at that. The capital letter just makes it so much better. Thanks for the bits, Murdoch. At work at the moment, just wanted to drop by and wish everyone a happy Friday. Well, thank you, Murdoch. Appreciate you dropping in. And what's up, Heck? Thanks for being here. You're right. We could have done it with CSS, a sentence case. All right, let's get the colors in here. Technically, we don't need these classes anymore. Those can go away. And then our coffee cup CSS, we did have some colors in here. We can use these. But we're just going to set the height dynamically, so we don't need those classes anymore either. And then in the game component, we can use these. Drop shadow on the ingredient name. Nice. That's good to hear, Ramoshi. Okay, thank you, Doc. Every time I need a drop shadow, I just ask for it in the chat because I'm not good with it. Info here. Filter. Drop shadow. -30. 10. 4. Should I just use black? How does box shadow work? Oh. It's on the entire element, not just the text. Can we do a text shadow? Is that doing anything? I can't even tell. XY radius color. Oh. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Let me just get the colors of the ingredients in here. Okay, so we've got coffee. Drop shadow is there. It's just subtle. Look, our coffee is the right color now. The 3D perspective was correct. Okay, how do I make it more present? We were saying it's XY radius, so if I make this 10, I don't see it. Oh, okay. Nice, nice. Okay. This is fine, right? It makes it a little more apparent. Yellow. Wow. I mean, it's not horrible. I can just adjust it. That's kind of cool. I think it's easier to adjust now that I can see it with red. Yeah, -2, 1, 1. That's it. I'm sticking with it. Cool. All right, we've got the color of coffee. We've got the color of cream. Foam. Espresso. Wait, we didn't even add espresso here? We have coffee, milk, foam, cream, sugar, water, mud, ice. I'm going to make this espresso. And we're going to put this next to coffee. Okay. It's not horrible. We just need some colors for the other stuff. I guess milk is the same thing as cream, right? I guess it could be different. We're just going to call it the same thing. And then that means we can add water back. But we need a nice blue color like that. That's great. That's our water. Milk, foam, sugar is also just like an off-white color. Ghost white. This one for milk? An entire cup of sugar? I mean, that could be a possible order. Let's change the selected outline to be red. Wait, do I have water twice now? I have water twice now. How'd that happen? Sugar, mud. Oh, I got rid of ice. Okay, let's put it back. Ice. And that will be a similar color to water. Can I get a cup of coffee with 1 cup of sugar but hold the coffee? Yeah, exactly. And then we need a nice ugly brown color for the mud. Like even uglier than this. Deep brown. Macro, oh, too fast. Windsor tan? Let's see how it looks in context. The mud is a darker brown than coffee. Slow roasted mud from the Central Asian steppes. Yeah. Sugar and water. From Men in Black. Is that what that's from? Acid Spark. It looks like poop. I think it's supposed to. All right. We need a. Maybe I'll do a lighter color blue. Let's see if we got a shade. Yeah. Let's go with like this one. For ice. No, for water. Water gets the lighter color blue. Yeah, great. Fantastic. At this point, we've literally just built a color selector with React. It's nothing special. But now we want to start adding it to the order. So here's what we'll do. We'll place the coffee cup right there. and then you can slowly add ingredients to it. So we're on our game. We have the ingredients, and then we need the coffee cup. Oh, the coffee cup doesn't have any ingredients on it. That makes sense. So we need some more. We need another state variable for like current ingredients. And this is just going to be an array. And every time we add an ingredient, we just push it into the array. And we're going to pass those ingredients down to the coffee cup. Let's look at our coffee cup. So yeah, right now it doesn't have any ingredients. It's just the cup. And let's make the cup have a background of white. Actually, the entire thing. So the container. No, not the container. The top and the cup. Background of white. Yeah, so there's our coffee cup. We now need to size it and position it right there. So let's do that. I'm going to make this position absolute. We'll say it's probably going to have a similar top as the ingredients. Or bottom, I guess. Cool. Really just want to half everything. You can use Sass with React, yeah. And I think actually it's supported out of the box with Create React App, but I don't know if you can do Sass modules. I don't know. I want this to be, everything needs to just be half. $80? 20? 100? Let's see what that does for us. We'll have to play with the sizing. But let's position it, and then we'll play with it. Coffee cup. Container. Oh, you're right. I think I'll just do a scale. Let's put it back to the way we had it, because everything was nice and sized. But now we can just... Whoa! Well, what did that just do? That got rid of the height and the width. Now the top is off. That makes sense, tacos. We could calculate it based on the number of ingredients. But the thing is, I want it to be like right here where this coffee pot is. %. 10%. and then but even less. Yeah, and the width too. All right, let's just position this really quick. Why isn't it going anywhere? Oh, it's position again. Well, no, position is set to absolute. $600 from the left? Well, that works. Okay. Why isn't this updating in real time? DevTools are broken. Yeah, I'm going to refresh the whole page. I guess the other thing is we don't want the game to flash red like that, so I'm just going to get rid of this. Cool. Let's adjust this coffee cup as well. So all of these 10 pixel borders should probably be like 4 pixels. Seems fine. Let's also increase the degrees here. Yeah. Yeah. I think. We'll just have to move it down. So we don't want the cup, we want the container. There we go. Great. It's perfect. Well, I'll need to adjust the lid, but everything else is fine. Actually, does it even need a lid? I don't know. What if we get rid of the cup top? No lid. Yeah, we're just going to get rid of the lid altogether. It's perfect. Look at it. It's perfect. It's got a fire underneath it. There's steam coming off of it. We didn't even have to do anything. No lid. I guess we'll put a lid on it when we serve it. I don't know. What is up with this? Looks like... Oh, that's why. We want this to be like 1 pixel. Half a pixel. Cool. Seems fine. Now we add the ingredients. Okay, so whenever you click enter, we're going to add it to the list of ingredients, which then gets passed down to the coffee cup, which should display that ingredient within it. So let's say we want to add some coffee. I'll hit enter. We should see coffee in the cup. So I'm just going to do some debugging of the key to see what the key is when I hit enter. It's literally enter. So else if event.key is equal to enter, we take the currently selected ingredient and we put it into the array of ingredients. So we'll set current ingredients. Again, we need to do this previous value thing. So it's an array that has all of the previous ones followed by ingredients at the selected ingredient. Like that. So that's just going to push it into the array. And then now inside the coffee cup, we're going to iterate over those ingredients. Would we check the ingredients that are unique? No, I'm just gonna make it so that you lose, or like the order is wrong if you put too much of one thing. So it doesn't have to be unique, because we're gonna randomize the orders, so the orders could ask for 3 sugars, 2 coffee, or something like that. I'm in the way of the code? Oh well, doesn't matter. So we get each ingredient. We want a div that has a specific height. Check it. So we're going to do some style bindings here. The background is just going to be ingredient.background. And then we're just going to set the height to be a percentage of the number of ingredients. So the more ingredients you add, each ingredient takes up an equal amount of space. I know in the real world that's not how it works, but that's just going to make it easy. Because I can do height is 1 out of ingredients.length. And this whole thing needs a percentage sign on it. All right, moment of truth. Add some coffee, some espresso, some water. It's not working. Each child needs a unique key prop. Oh, so it has a height, and I guess width should just be 100%. Oh, I need to multiply by 100. So 1 out of the length times 100%. Cool. That should do it. And then we'll also give it a key. And we'll give it an ID. And we need to give it an ID whenever we put it into the array. So right here, we'll do something like this. We want to pass in an object that has all of these properties, as well as an ID that's just the current timestamp. Cool. Yeah. So you can see it starts off with some coffee. We'll put some milk in it and some foam in it. And some sugar in it. Why are they all brown? Why are they all brown? Oh, I know why. Dang it. It's because this selected ingredient value is the old value again. How do I get around this without re-adding the event listener? So before, we had access to the current value of the ingredient in this callback function. But in this callback function, we only have access to the array. We don't have access to the currently selected ingredient. Yeah, so I have the dependency array, but I mean, I guess technically I can add the dependencies here because I'm just removing the event listener and then re-adding it. That actually would just work. But I don't like it. How many times are we adding and removing this key down event listener? Yeah, this would technically work. Coffee, milk, foam, sugar. All right, it's in reverse order though. So we'll just do flexed direction reverse on the coffee cup. So we have the cup. Look at the styles. Flex column reverse. Cool. Cool. Align to flex start. Either way would have worked. Okay, so we want half coffee, half espresso with some foam on top. And some mud and some sugar and some ice. Do we want to show the list of ingredients somewhere? Start with a transparent cup. Let's see what happens if we set this to transparent. It's going to show everything behind it. Yeah, that's the issue, is it? What if we do this? Oh, no. We just do background. Well, yeah, this is what we want. Yeah. So it starts off like this, and then you add the ingredient, and it just fills it up. Though, I do like the idea of the entire thing having some opacity. Like this. Yeah, look at that. That looks legitimate. Cool. The drink name shows up on the menu board with the ingredients below it. Yeah, so like we get an order. I think now we actually work on the game. So we show something like current order and then the list of ingredients, and then a checkbox shows up once it's been added. And then the moment you add something that it didn't want, you get negative points and it starts over. I think that's what we'll do. Cool. Yeah, okay, so let's generate a random order. Too much of one ingredient can also deduce points. Yeah. I think the moment you add an extra ingredient, you just have to, you lose that order and you have to start all over. Well, you don't lose, like the cup empties out and you have to start all over. I didn't see that spiral double helix. What is that? Is that like a live stream that they did? Okay, so we need a certain number of ingredients. And I think it's going to be between 1 between 1 and how many can we fit on here? 4? Up to 4 ingredients. So this will give us between 0 and 3. Plus 1 would be 4. Yeah, so this will give us a random number of ingredients. We then want to pick that number of ingredients from here randomly. So we'll just loop that much. So we'll say I equals 0 while I is less than the number of random ingredients. Our order is just going to be an empty array. And then on each iteration, we grab a random one from this array of ingredients. So we'll just do ingredients at math.floor of math.random times ingredients.length. So this will give us the number of random ingredients. We get one random ingredient for each one. And then we return that order. Cool. We then need another state variable. I don't think I'm going to prevent duplicates. Because then you'll have to do, because it's like if you want double milk or something like that. It should be fine. And then we need a state variable for the current order. Whoa, what's that? So we do this with an initial random order. And then now let's display the order on the screen. So yeah, we're going to have the order. Let's call it the order box. Oh, you're right, Doc. I mean, I think if we put a div here, put everything inside of it, and then put the perspective on this. Game perspective. Let's get rid of that for now. Yeah, because right now the coffee cup doesn't have perspective like all of the other things do, and we kind of want that. So in the game CSS, we're going to have a game perspective class that has the same perspective as the ingredients, because that's where we figured that out here. I'm going to put that here. This will have a position of absolute with a top of 0 and a left of 0 and a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Cool. I kind of messed stuff up though. Does the coffee cup have any perspective on it? It has that perspective. Yeah, we could straighten out the perspective of the image and then it's all right. Let me see what I did here. So game perspective is absolutely positioned on the game and it takes up the full width and the height. Something went wrong though. Why did the ingredients get bigger? All we did was take out Oh, and I see. We just straight up increase the perspective of everything. Okay. Sure. Yeah, something like that. $2,000. That's What do those other values do again? Oh, I see. Look at that. What does the rotate X to do? Oh, okay, that goes like that. And then the Y goes like that. Okay. It doesn't look like the coffee cup is being perspectivized though. Coffee container. I mean, it has its own perspective. Is that throwing it off? Yeah, I think I need to just add the menu, and we'll mess with the perspective there as well. I think the other issue is now that we have the perspective, the position needs to change slightly of that. And I think of the ingredients as well, we need to shift them to the left a little bit. Yeah. That's a little better, and then we'll mess around with the perspective now. I mean, I kind of like that, but now they're too big. Like, I like that. But now everything's too big. I can just reduce the size. Let's just do that. So now everything, just half it. Cool. Yeah, and we'll see you later, Conrad. Thanks for hanging out. This seems fine. I just need to adjust the left now of this thing. Do. Yeah. Like that. I do want them a little bit bigger. Let's go 22. Cool. I like that. Oh, yeah, that'll be better, Stony Eagle, for the percentage. I mean, it's technically going to do the same thing, but it should be fine. And then we need to adjust where the coffee cup is. I feel like the coffee cup is not being perspectived. Yeah, it's not being... It still looks flat, doesn't it? I don't know. Yeah, it does have position absolute. That's what I'm curious about. Like, is this perspective overriding what's being set by the parent? I feel like this should be applied to it in reference to the parent perspective. I don't know. But it's wrapped in the parent div, which is why I thought this would be relative to it. I don't know. Let's just get the menu showing up. Okay, so we were here. We have our order box. Stack. That's the word I'm looking for. The perspective should stack on top of each other. So we have the order box. It is just a simple component that's going to take in the order and then list it out as text. So this gets the order, and it'll just have a div that says, like an H3, current order. We'll have just a list, and then for every item in the order, we'll have a list item with the ingredient.name. I want to give it an ID as well, though. So we'll say ingredient, random ingredient is this. And we're going to push an object that has all of those properties and an ID. Cool. And then that's not how this works. There needs to be that there. I'm missing syntax. One of those. Cool. So this has a key of ingredient.id. And then it has the name. Should be fine. Then we need to just import it in over here on the game. Cool. Order is undefined. That makes sense. We need to pass it down. Order is the current order. Yeah, so Spiral Double Helix is saying, why does it look so easy when you see the stream? I've been doing this for a very long time. So a lot of things are just second nature for me. But yeah. All right. We need to absolutely position these the order here, which we have not done yet. So we'll create some more CSS. Position absolute left 200 pixels, top 100 pixels maybe. Then we need to import them in. But where are they? Encountered 2 children with the same key. Well, that's because of my weird date.now stuff. I mean, technically, we can... This is a scenario where we actually can use the index as the key. Because... Well, can we, though? Because the order itself stays the same, and then the entire array changes. I don't know. Thank you, the real droid. This needs to be .module.css. Oh, here it is. Look, it's on the window. Current order, espresso. Let's adjust it. We have the order box. It's at the drive-thru, yeah. Cool, seems right. I'm gonna give this just a... Here, we're going to grab the color of this background and just completely overlay it. So the order box has a background of that, and a color of white so we can actually see it. And then this was tree fitty. Nice. I don't think I got the color right. Oh, there's a gradient. We could do a gradient. I'm very capable of a gradient. Can you do a linear gradient? Usually goes from top to bottom, right? But can you do a gradient from left to right? To this color. Why are they all the same? Use 2, right? Linear gradient. Oh. Oh. It still doesn't look that great. We need to give it some specific width, though. Width, 300 pixels. It's too much. 200 pixels. It's about right. Go like 180? 190? 5. Yeah. Forgotten things. Yeah. Okay. Now at this point, we can kind of see that the perspective isn't right because, like, it's not. The perspective should technically tilt the same way that this board is tilting, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's give it some height. 70, 78, 90, 80. 80 is pretty good. I did not draw that, no. We found it, and now we're putting everything on top of it so that it somewhat matches the background. In the art itself, the gradient is based on the lighting and shadow, so it makes more sense to be like a top leftish to the right. Also, my gradient colors aren't even that different. At least it seems. Let's just reverse that. Let's give it a little bit of padding so that the text is more padding. Cool. Now it looks like you're right. We'll go back to what we had. Yeah, and I want from top left to bottom right, and so Tacos Titan is saying if I do 45 degrees, kind of. I'll take it from top left to bottom right. Yeah. Okay. Mud and milk. So I would get some mud and then milk and then send the order. Well, thank you, Heck. I think it's all right. I mean, if you didn't know that this was an image beforehand, you probably wouldn't be able to tell that it doesn't look right. Like there's a little bit of color on the top and the bottom. Yeah, so here's the issue. Whenever we have like 4 items in the order, I think 4 was the max. Let's just do it till we get 4. Yeah, like this. Now it doesn't fit. I guess we could bring it up. Like use this color. And then just cover the whole thing. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna cover the thing. Also, can I do this? It's not horrible. Great. We could do 2 columns. Yeah, that would make it so that we could do the text a little bit bigger. But I do want it to be in order. So technically, we want an ordered list. So it'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we could have an empty checkbox. Technically, we do an empty checkbox, and then when it's actually in the order, we do a check. The lamp should bring more light on the bottom of the board, so then make it more sense to gradient from the top darker to the bottom lighter color. Isn't that what I did? But yeah, I'll do that. So it goes from here to here. Let's see. Sure. But I mean, that makes sense. If the light is hitting here, then it... I guess in this case, it would just be to bottom, not diagonal. No, but then it would be reversed if it's to bottom. Like that. I don't know. It looks like our coffee is out of place, though. I guess we didn't fix that. How's that? Well, thank you, Captain. We've been working on this for a long time. I think I need to adjust my ingredients. They look like they shifted a little bit. Yeah. Here's the thing. Now that we've done this, we can look at the perspective. So there's this element that is the game perspective. Oh, did I never change this? I think that's why. I wanted this to be like 400 pixels. Whoa, that's all of a sudden way better. 400 pixels. Right? Right? Where'd that go? Oh, that's a good idea, Doc. But I think we did it though, because like this line here is kind of aligned with this back line here. Yeah, I think we've done it. We need to adjust the coffee again, but we did a great job. However, it does look like our coffee cup is not doesn't really have the same perspective. You know what? I think I adjusted these values earlier and then never put them back in the source code. I think that's what happened. Yeah, and so ZZRD is asking, how did I do this selector? But here's the idea. Okay, so we start off, we have an empty cup of coffee. The current order is foam, mud, milk. So I need to get some foam. Now it goes into the coffee cup. I need some mud twice, and then milk. Now our order is ready, and we ship it. But the question was, how did we get this selector? So basically, we have a key down listener on the entire page, and we have some state that represents the currently selected ingredient. And so that's just an index. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And each time I press the arrow key to the right, I increase that index unless we wrap around. Or if I press the left arrow key, we decrease that index. We then, in the list of ingredients, just apply a class if it's currently selected. So if the currently selected ingredients is equal to this index, we put the selected class on it. And selected gives it that red border thing. Yeah. The classic double mudded milk. Yeah. Though now that I think about it, the list of ingredients are in this order, but does that mean they need to appear in that order in the resulting drink? So you actually go milk, mud, foam? No. Because at this point, foam is at the bottom of the drink. Oh, we did not make this responsive. So it's totally fixed. So it's never going to change size. You have to be on desktop to play this. Cool. So what I want to do is it's blended before delivery. Okay. Foam should be last in real. So the orders are completely random. So this is an order of just double foam. This is an order of just espresso. Espresso, coffee, espresso. That's the espresso sandwich. Oh, no, the coffee sandwich. This is just a cup of sugar. Okay, so now we need like the game aspects. So as you add elements into your cup, we should check them off on the current order. Yeah, the order is the order that the customer set it in. So that's the order we're going to put it into the cup. That's how this barista works. But yeah, when you add something to the cup, I want to show a checkbox that it's right. Yeah, Doc. I don't know. Like espresso isn't it? It's like pressurized coffee. It's different, right? It's different. Espresso is a fundamental element on the periodic table. That makes sense. Okay, so when you add something to the cup, we're going to check it off on the current order. After everything is checked off, the game will pause. You'll get some points, and you'll get the next order. Okay. We need to show a checkbox on this menu here if you've put it into the cup. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass down the current ingredients to the order box. So we have the order, and we have the current ingredients. We'll just call it ingredients. And we'll match them up. We got to look at them one by one. And thanks for the bits. Yeah, El Jujuito 96. Thank you for the 50 bits. And Tyler, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, we're almost there. So in the order box component, we now also have access to the ingredients. And we'll say if ingredients at this index dot name is equal to so yeah, if the list of ingredients, well, that's not going to work, is it? Because then it's in reverse order. No, actually, that'll work. And BGNYC, thank you for that Prime sub as well. Oh, close to a hype. Are we on a hype train? No, we're close to a hype train. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Cool. So if they're equal, then I'll just show a checkbox like that. Otherwise, we show nothing. Okay. So we need an order with ice. It didn't work. And then coffee, and then milk. Did I save? So the order is in a specific order. Like, well, it's in the order that we're listing it out. And then when we add an ingredient, oh, you know what? This is going to give us undefined. That's why. Water. No. I'm going to fix these linter errors that are happening over here, like this. Index -1? No, they should be the same index. So the way it should work is if we look at our game. Oh, that's why I'm passing in the ingredients, not the current ingredients. Well, there's your problem. Okay, so start over. We need coffee. We need sugar. We need mud. And at this point, the order goes out and we generate a new order. But if at any time it does not equal that, we basically need to just reset the entire order. Yeah, exactly, Doc. The order is important. Isn't there like an X? How do I get a not check? I guess that's what I want. Cross. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I guess the thing about that is it starts off as red, which I don't think I want. It's going to get super complicated, but we have a nested ternary. So we'll say if ingredients.length is greater than the index, greater than or equal to, yeah, greater than the index, then that's when we want the red cross. Otherwise, we want nothing. So yeah, so it starts off as nothing, but then if I put coffee in first, it says, no, coffee is not foam. Great. Got some supports. BCTPE4H Blue. Thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Yeah, and at this point, we could add a bunch of ingredients and they're all wrong. But I think the moment we get something wrong, we empty the cup. So let's do that. We'll have some sort of Boolean value for this. So say like bad, not a bad order. You did bad. You made a bad recipe. We'll call it bad recipe. So we'll start off assuming that your recipe is not bad. But then the moment you add a wrong ingredient, we're going to set that to true, disable the order selecting, give it like a second, and then clear everything out so you can start over again. So when you hit enter is when we are, you did a bad. When we are putting it into the cup, which is where we can actually check actually, I'm gonna create a new use effect. So here's what we'll do. So we'll have a use effect that is dependent on current ingredients and the current order. So whenever current ingredients change, that's the stuff that's in the cup. We'll compare it against the current order, and if they're not the same, we do the thing. So if we actually have some ingredients, first of all, then we're going to check them one at a time. So we'll just say, we need to iterate up to current ingredients.length. And if the current order at I.name does not equal current ingredients at I.name, you did a bad. We need to set bad recipe to true. We're also I think we're gonna add some sound effects. So when we do this, we'll be like a sound. What I want to do is, if it is a bad recipe, I want to disable the ingredient selector altogether. So let us do this. If it's a bad recipe, We won't even add the event listener for the key down. So if it's not a bad recipe, we're going to listen for key down. Otherwise, if it is a bad recipe, we're going to stop listening and you can't even select anymore. And then I just want to straight up disable the ingredients. So I'm going to pass this down. And then in the ingredients component, BCTPE for HBIU, thank you very much for the five gifted. Appreciate you. I'm still going. Yeah. I mean, we could have been done by now, but we built it with React. No, I don't know. Most of the time, where have we spent most of our time? I don't know. We've been live for 3 hours, though. If it's a bad recipe, we are going to stylize the entire... I'm going to give some opacity to the entire ingredients container. Do something like style. So if bad recipe, then we'll do something like styles dot nitpicking the UI. That's exactly what we've been doing for the past 3 hours. Disabled. And now I can have a disabled class in my order box. No, not order box. Where was it? Ingredients. Something like opacity. Something ridiculous. Okay, so we need milk, and then if I add a wrong ingredient, we're going to hear a bad sound. You see that I can't select anything. That's too much opacity, though. Let's go like 0.5. Yeah, so now the arrow keys are broken. I can't do anything. But what I'll do is... so we set it to true, and then in 10 seconds, we'll set it back to false, but we'll also reset the order. What's up, Code with Hassan? Thanks for being here. Every time you make a mistake, the game progressively dims the simulate caffeine deprivation. Oh, progressively dims. Oh, so you can't see it anymore. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we set it to true. And also, we're going to do a set timeout where in 2 seconds, we reset the current ingredients back to an empty array. And bad recipe is no longer a thing. This should do it. Okay, so it starts off with ice. So let's say we do ice, and then we do water, and then let's say we get it wrong. It'll disable for 2 seconds, and then reset, and you see that the cup completely empties, so I have to start over again. So ice, and then water, and then mud. No, that's wrong. Reset everything, start over again. Ice, water, espresso, and then ice, and now we handle the success case where you did it. You did it. You've completed the order. Now that you've completed the order, we generate a new order. We need like a score counter. We're on our way. Okay, so if we make it out of this for loop and the current ingredients length is equal to the order.length, current order.length. Cool. So if we've validated everything and they both have the same length, then that means we have just completed an order. So at that point, we just generate a new order. So we'll say set current order with get random order. And we clear the list of current ingredients. Okay, so this one just takes mud and then it reset. But I guess technically, once you get it right, we're going to do a very similar thing where we disable the UI for a second, and then we reset everything. Cool. So this order is simple. We just need milk. Do milk. Wait, did I get it wrong? I did water. Okay, milk. All right, it's good. And then the order resets. So now we do sugar. Nope, got it wrong. 2-second penalty, and then it resets. Sugar, water, and then coffee. Good to go. Reset. I think we'll only time out for 1 second. Yeah, so set timeout says in 1 second call this function. And it's only going to call it once. It doesn't call it over and over again. Yeah, we could. I like that idea, Anna Codes. We could put the score right here. So this is pretty much it. I think at this point, I just want to add some sound effects. We need an actual timer for the game so that it only lasts 62 seconds. And we can do stuff like this where it actually says out loud what the order is. Do you have anything bad happen with set bad recipe? Oh, I don't. So really, this should just be something like disable UI. That's kind of what I'm using this variable as. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, but when I come back, we're going to add sound effects. It's going to make this whole thing come alive. We're going to have like a ding, 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 and then like whenever you add an item and you get a check mark, ding, like a happy sound. And then if you do something that's wrong, you'll hear that, and then it resets and you got to try again. And then if you get them all right, so milk, coffee, milk, milk. Yeah, well, here's where the background music will be, if you've ever heard of like Coffeetivity, where it's just like the background noise of a coffee shop. Yeah, and what's up, Jesse Dev? Thanks for being here. Yeah, as the difficulty increases, you no longer see it, you only hear it. That'd be cool. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take I'm gonna call it a 10-minute break because I've been just sitting here for the past 3.5 hours. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, but when I come back, I'm gonna add sounds. We're gonna have a countdown timer. There'll be like a game over screen, and then we'll deploy it, and you all can go play it. Yeah, water, sugar, mud. Water, sugar, and mud. Ta-da! Cool. All right, I'll be back in 10. I guess let me leave you with a video. What sound is this, Mark? Let's see. All right. I think it's just funny because somebody uploaded it under the name Coffee. Oh, right. Let me leave you with a video before I go. Oh, you're very welcome, Spiral Double Helix. But yeah, you all should take a break and stretch too, because I mean, I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. Have you been sitting there for 3.5 hours? We need some content. Building modals? Oh, okay. Well, time to take a break, Andreas. Need a 10. Oh, you know, this is perfect. Perfect. This explains HTTP status codes, and I actually talk about status code 418. Is perfect. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, I'm going to talk about HTTP status code. So we have this comment here from Lifecats that says, do you know about the 418 HTTP code? I do, but I also want to tell you all about it for anybody. Okay, I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, I'm going to talk about HTTP status code. So we have this comment here from Lifecats that says, do you know about the 418 HTTP code? I do, but I also want to tell you all about it for anybody that doesn't know. So first of all, what's an HTTP status code? So let's look on Wikipedia, HTTP status code. I think will that find it? Hey, look at this. There's a Wikipedia page. So HTTP is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It's basically how the web works. Jelly Woot! 1,000 bits! Thank you so much. So it's how the web works. Whenever you go to a website, like if I go to duckduckgo.com, that is an HTTP GET request to retrieve this web page and load it in my browser. And there are basically HTTP servers can use statuses to tell the client, the thing making the request, if things were successful or not. So in this scenario, we requested the home page. It's most likely a 200 status code, meaning that it was good. It also could be like a 301 or a 302, which is a redirect, or a 304, which is that it should be served from the cache. But I'll show you this. If you right-click the page and click Inspect Element, that's going to bring up the DevTools. And then if you click on Network, you can actually watch all of the network requests that happen. So if I refresh this page, we can see the very first request. If we scroll all the way to the top, the very first request is responded with a 200 status code because DuckDuckGo, the DuckDuckGo server is like, hey, everything's okay. Here's the response. However, if you do something that it cannot find, you're going to get a different status code. Who can tell me in the chat, what is the status code for something that is not found? First one? Who's going to be the first one? 404, jive off, you got it. So you might have heard this before, like 404 not found. That's the status code that the server responds with. So let's see what we get here. That actually just searches. It's probably really hard to get a 404. That literally just made a search. So like technically, that was not a 404. That was a response from the server. Let's go to Discord app.com/WAT. 404. But if we actually look at the network tab, you're going to see that, look at this. Whoa, it's too much, but this. Status code 404 not found. So status codes are what servers use to communicate some certain statuses. Now, back to status code 418. Status code 418 was actually an April Fool's joke from the 90s. Let's just search DuckDuckGo for it. 418 status code. Thank you, Sir Rob. 418, I'm a teapot. So in the let's see when it was. Let's see what the actual year was. 418, 1998. So this was actually an April Fool's joke that actually got put into an RFC, which is like a specification for status codes. And the 418 status code is I'm a teapot. And the reason a client would receive this status code is if they make an HTTP request to an internet connected teapot, if they make a request asking it to brew coffee, that teapot will respond, I'm a teapot, I cannot brew coffee, so it will respond with a 418 status code. It's actually an April Fool's joke, but it's still there. And it's actually in the specification, which is funny. But I'll also show you, there are so many different status codes. Like 404 not found is really common. 200 is success. 401 unauthorized. All of these are different status codes that you can use. I don't know if do they have 420 on here? So 420, yeah. So on Twitter used to do this. Twitter doesn't do this anymore, but the standard response would be 429 if you made too many requests to a server. That's like a rate limit. But for a while, they actually responded with status code 420 that was, whoa, dude, enhance your calm. Stop making so many requests. That's also like a funny little joke. Yeah, and then I'll leave you with some nice things. So there's http.cat. This is a really fun website where you can just request any status code and you get a picture of a cat. So if you do like /418, you're going to get a cat in a teapot. Or if you do 404, you'll get a cat that is not found. Or if you do 401, you'll get an unauthorized cat, cannot enter. So HTTP cat is cool. And then there's HTTP status, I think. If it's not, somebody should make that. Yeah, it is. In this is actually a service you can use for generating status codes. So if you're like testing an HTTP client and you need to see a 200 status code, you could make a request here and it actually responds with the 200 status code. So like if I do this, we should see status code 200, great. But if I do like 418, look at this, status code 418. What's the difference between 401 and 403? So 401 is you are not authorized. Hey, Jellywoo, thank you for those bits. But so it means that you're making a request that you don't have access to. Forbidden is like you technically potentially have access to other things, but you don't have access to this one thing that you were trying to request. The thing about status codes is it's really up to the server to set those status codes. And if you're writing an HTTP server, you get to decide what status codes you want to respond with. There's probably a Stack Overflow out there that tells you what's the better status code to respond with. Oh, well, that's it. That's this video on HTTP status codes. Thank you all for participating in that hype train. And thank you all for watching and being here. Everyone say bye, YouTube. We can wave. Bye, YouTube. Bye. See you later. Hello, friends. I need to check my audio levels. Hello, hello. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Scrape the Web with node.js. Hello. It's on autoplay for some reason. But I'm back. Well, thank you. Yeah, my hair was green. If you search YouTube for Coding Garden, Scrape the Web, you can find that video that just started playing, if that piqued your interest. Is that the right command? Cool. All right, so if you're just now joining us, we are building this. We call it Overbrewed. Essentially, you are presented with an order. We need to make an order that has mud, sugar, and then a double dose of coffee. You can see that the cup fills up as you do it, and then you get presented with a new order. This is just a cup of milk. Great. But what we're going to add now are the rest of the game aspects. So basically, you're going to be creating these orders within a specific time limit. There'll be penalties for getting the order wrong. So if I do espresso and water instead of espresso and sugar, that'll be a penalty. And then I have to try again, espresso, sugar. And you'll have a certain number of seconds to create the orders. You'll get points for every order completed, and then the game will be over. 62 seconds exactly. All right. Let me just get all of the game logic, because adding all of the sounds should be easy enough to do in one fell swoop. I mean, we're gonna have to spend time finding the sounds, but let's get the actual game logic. So we need like number of seconds left in the game. So we'll have something like when the game has started. So We'll just say started. We need a state variable for started. It'll start off with false, and then we'll have a way to initiate the game. So the game starts off as not started. We also need a state variable that will be when the game ends. This will be a specific point in time. It'll default to just right now because the game hasn't started. But when the game starts, we're going to set the game end to 62 seconds in the future. So we'll do that. What else do we need? We need the score. And that'll start off as 0. What else do we need? I think that's it. Yeah, it should be it. So now we need a button to start the game. Where should we put it? I guess we technically could put it on top. I'll just put it right here. So if I wanted to ramp up, how about difficulty, which is a combination of score and time remaining? Yeah, so the higher your score, the more difficult it gets. The less time remaining, the more difficult it gets. Is that what we're saying? I think one easy way of doing that is the number of ingredients in the drinks that you're creating. Because right now we have it set to randomly between 1 and 4 ingredients. But early game, we could only do like 2 or 3. And then later in the game, it has 3 or more, something like that. But I like that idea. All right, we're going to have a nice little button here that says start. We need to create some styles for it. And this will be in the game styles over here. Background black, border 5 pixels, solid white, color is white. Let's see what we get. Start. We'll do a width of let's say 75 pixels. Yeah, like that. And text align of center, and text transform of uppercase. Start. Yeah, so we want to click this button to start the game. What else? I need to position it on the screen, so we'll say position is absolute. Top, and we'll do it from the bottom. So from the bottom, it will be 50 pixels, so that should put it down there. Great. And then we want to put it like about right here. So we'll say left 400 pixels. Yeah. So you click that button and the game starts. We want this to have the pointer cursor, so whenever I hover over it. Actually, now that I think about it, this is supposed to be a keyboard-only game. So I think we need something like hit enter to start the game. Something like that. So that way you don't have to click a button. Right? Does that make sense? Yes? Cool. Yeah, and then we can hide the actually we'll still do this. This won't be a this won't be a button, but it will be like instructions. So check it out. We'll just say press space to start. Something like that. We want it to be a little bit wider though. I mean, I think the idea is like once you visit the site, it's already listening for the keyboard on the entire thing. Cool. I think the other thing we'll do is if the game hasn't started, then and actually, if we start the selected ingredient at -1, what happens? Everything breaks. Yeah, that makes sense. But where am I using it? Is that in the ingredients component? Cool. Cool. All right, and then we'll also start the order as nothing. Or something like cool. Cool. And then we'll only show the list of ingredients that you can select from if the game has started. Like that. So the whole thing starts up like this, and then when you press spacebar, that's gonna kick everything into action. So and also, I guess we want to listen for started here. And inside of this listener, if we have started, we're actually going to listen for all of these. Because we only want to do these, we only want to select ingredients or move the ingredient cursor around if the game has started. If the game has not started, then we're specifically listening for the spacebar. I'm going to guess it's space. Let's just log the event.key. It's literally the empty string. Is it like that? Is that the thing? Yeah, that is the thing, I guess. Okay, so if they hit the spacebar, then we want to kick everything off. So we want to set started to true. We want to set the current order to a random order. And we want to set the game end to be right now plus 62 seconds. Like that. Why didn't I use an else? You could use an else. I'm just doing it very explicitly here. Because technically, if the game has not started, that means it has started, and we're listening for these other keys. Okay, so this should kick it off. So let's reset. Press space. Great. I only want to show that instruction set space to start if we have not started. So I'm going to throw this right here. If we have not started, then show press space to start. So that, and then we can use the arrow keys to select mud, and then coffee, and then foam. Good to go. Let's show the current score on the screen. So we'll just have a div here with the score and then also the time remaining. So the yeah, we'll just do something like this. Time remaining is going to be the game end minus now divided by 1,000. All right, space to start. We need to position that on the page. So let's call this game info. We'll create a class for game info. Color is white. Background is this. Position is absolute. Okay. Doc is saying I might need some parentheses around game end minus date.now. Okay. Okay. We're going to put it like on the left side. 10 pixels from the left and 10 pixels from the top. What's even over there? Time rating. I'm gonna put those in divs really quick so that they're on each on an individual line. Yeah, I think yeah, you're totally right, Doc. That needs to be like that. Why? Let's look at my positioning. So, actually, no, I want right 10 pixels. Where should we put that? I guess it actually makes sense to put it right where we had the start button. Yeah, what's funny is, like, technically I should be updating that like to calculate the game end value on the screen. However, every time you press an arrow key, the state is updating. So it shows the number of seconds left. I'll do it right. So really what we want is something like seconds left. Initially is 0. And then when you start the game, we'll set it to 62. But then we'll also have a use effect that just updates the number of seconds left constantly. And that way, instead of doing this calculation in here, we can do that calculation separately. On just an interval. Every 1 second, we're going to say set the seconds left to be equal to that. Does interval give us an ID? Yeah. And then we can clear it if this is ever disposed of. What am I doing wrong here? Why is this complaining? How does syntax work? Parentheses. Oh, I got an extra one there. Cool. Cool. What if the time remaining was indicated by the 4 lamps going out? I'm not going to get that complicated. Yeah, so in React, when you're doing this use effect thing, this right here is the array of dependencies. So basically it's saying that this code should rerun anytime these dependencies change. And so technically game end is only going to change when we start the game. Like it changes once and then we start counting down and we're updating seconds left. But then whenever the game is over or whenever we reset, this will rerun. And the only reason I need this here is because I need to have the latest value when I'm doing that calculation there. Yeah, so I do need game end because otherwise this will have an outdated value. It's tricky. We ran into this earlier because our other use effects were trying to use values that we didn't have in our dependency array. And then this here is the disposal function. So if this ever needs to rerun, so if the dependencies change, it's going to clear that interval before it creates a new one on the next render. Oh yeah, someone was right. I could technically use memo, but no, I need this. I need this to update every second. I really do. Okay, check it out. So press space to start. Look at that. I'm gonna round it up so we don't have that decimal. Oh, we'll just math.round it, right? Cool. If I change set interval to set timeout, you can make the timer stop at 0 so it doesn't go negative. You're probably right. Give me a second though. I've been coding for too long. I can't think straight. One thing I wanted to do was set the current set selected ingredient. I need to initialize that to 0 so that pops up. And then, yeah, I do need to handle when the timer has run out. I mean, I could probably do something like this. Seconds left equals this. Actually, I'll just call this seconds. And if seconds is less than 0, we just set it equal to 0. But at this point, we need to end the game. Yeah, because this is where we would set game end. Well, no, I'm setting game end whenever the game starts. So another way to do this would just be to literally have a counter that decreases by 1 inside of the set interval. But you're not guaranteed to be done in that number of seconds because it could get fired at different times, which is why I'm explicitly setting when the game ends, and then on every iteration determining how many seconds are left based on the time when it ends. Yeah, so that's why I'm not just decreasing this by 1 every time. But at this point, when seconds are less than or equal to 0, we can end the game, show the score, all that good stuff. So we can I guess, do we need a game over variable? True. Like, they might get a little more or a little less than 62 seconds. The interval is technically already being canceled. Like, yeah, I mean, we could though. So if it sets to 0, there's no reason to do this anymore. But this is where we need to set game end to true. And then handle all the other stuff as to what to do when the game is over. So yeah, we only want to show this if we have started. And then we'll have like an info, like game over stuff. If game over is true, then we'll say game over. You scored. And then we'll just have their total score right there. But also, if game over, then we don't want to show the ingredients. And when game over is set to true, we can also set the current order to be something like this. All right. So let's do this. We'll just have a 10-second game. Order.map is not a function. Like this. It needs to be an array. Okay. So, well, if games, if started and there are 0 seconds left, then we can do all of this. But now I need started in this, which is fine. All right, this is the winner. Okay, so we start off, nothing is happening. It says press space to start. We press space. We get our initial order. We have 9 seconds left. We need to do milk and then water. Wait, did I get it wrong? Yeah, I accidentally did ice. So we need milk. And, okay, and then the game is over. So, at that point, so if the game had already started and we reached this, then we clear the interval, we set game in to true, and then we set the current order to be that. I guess the other issue is so this is the only spot that is setting game over or game end. So we only want to show this if we've started and the game is not over. And then if the game is over, we should see this. And then we'll do something like this. So you scored that, and then oh no, do I have a fixed style on that though? Press space to play again. Something like that. All right, let's try that again. So press space to start, 10 seconds left. We want sugar. Oh, this is a tricky one. We got coffee. foam. All right, the game is over. This should not be showing. Score and time remaining. True, Doc. Right at this point, I think I have like three booleans. Cool. I don't want the timer to reset. The timer should only reset if I press spacebar again to start a new game. At this point, because the game is over, I want to show the final score and I want to hide the ingredients list. But right now, oh, I'm setting the wrong variable here. It's not game end. I want to set game over. That's the issue. Set game over to true. Yeah, cool. Game over. You scored 0. Press place to play again. All right. So, and then we can handle that logic. So if they press space, so if we haven't started or game over, then we can completely reset the game with a space press. All right, I think we've got it. So we start blank, press space to start. We want a drink with sugar, great. We want mud, and then water, and then sugar and sugar, great. And then the game is over. You scored 0. We're not handling increasing the score yet. And then I can press space and it should start over. We need to set game in to false. But that's the issue with all these booleans, like Doc said. But this is it. So we also need to set game in to false here, and then it should restart. All right. Foam, ice, milk. All right. Then the game is over. Why is it showing a current order? Oh, the artifact is talking about game over. Petition to consolidate all the booleans into a single game state enum. I also vote for an enum, but I don't want to code it. I want to be done. So I'm just gonna make it work. Yeah, that's the other issue. Yeah. Okay. I think that was the issue. Our use effect didn't have a dependency. Space to start. We want an ice espresso. We want a coffee water. We want an espresso. Game over. Dang it. Why would it set the current order? We need a game lost in game 1. You're right. So this sets the current order to game over. The only other place we're setting the current order, let's see, is here. Oh! Yeah, I just need to look at right here. I just need to look at the if the game is still started. Or if it, what's our boolean? We have a lot of booleans. If the game has not ended, then we're going to reset it. Fun fact, with indifferent booleans, you have like 2 to the n possible unique and interesting bugs. Thanks for the stats, Doc. Cool. Should be fine. This is it. That's the only bug. You're right. It's not game end. It's game over. Thank you, Kaitek. I'm using it right here. Yeah, it's game over there. And then here, this needs to be game over, not game end. All right, this is the winner. We want an ice milk. Great. We want an espresso foam. All right, game over. Great. Game over. And then I'm okay with that little thing flashing. That's totally fine with me. And then I press the space bar. And nothing happens. Oh, I need to set game over to false. Am I doing that? Again, with these variables, set game over to false. Yeah, I was setting game in to a Boolean again. Okay. This is the one. This is the one. All right. We need a sugar, milk, foam. Great. We got one. We need an ice. Game over. Okay. Press space. Nice. 62 seconds left. Well, yeah. I mean, that's fine because right now I'm just defaulting to 10 seconds. So we need a water, foam. Great. Okay. It's working. At this point, we just need to increase the score every time we get it right, which is here. So we'll say set score to take the current value and add onto it the number of ingredients. Water and foam. Set state is async. How do you synchronize them so that they work as intended? Our use effects are dependent on them, and this entire function will rerun with the latest value. So that's how I can depend on them to be what I expect them to be, because this function will rerun with the latest value that they were set to. Change game into remaining time. I agree, but I'm basically done, so no use changing it now, right? The score that you get is going to be the length of your order, of the order. Cool. And then we're going to need to reset the score back to 0 when the game restarts. All right, here we go. Space to start. We want an espresso, ice. Great, 3 points. We want a foam. 1 point should be 4. Great. All right, this is a tricky one. Oh no, game over. Okay, so we got 4. To prevent that thing from flashing, I'm just gonna pass down to the order box. I'm gonna pass down game over, because if it's game over, then don't do that logic. Cool. All right. Increase the time every time you get the drink right. No, I think it's just set to 62 seconds by default. Cool. There's quite a few things in the overall improv that I don't think we even got to, but let's check them off. So we're making coffee. And if you're just joining us, this is basically what we're doing. At the beginning of the stream, we got a bunch of suggestions, and we decided to build this thing based on all of that. We have a server because you're a barista. Let's just call that a map. Let's say there's actually a map on the wall. There's a guy sitting off screen that's playing with his fidget spinner. You have to use strategy to make sure that you get the brews in the right order. You have 62 seconds to play the game. You're using your keyboard to play. Mud and water are options for your brews, and there's a book right there. So we've satisfied everything. We can also look at like our ideas for how the game works. So you're making as many orders as possible within the 62 seconds. The order pops up. Well, this is one thing we didn't get to, is order complexity increasing, but we do have a way to pick an ingredient. We add it to the current order. The way you serve up the order is just by finishing all the ingredients in order. Based on that, yeah. Oh, you're right. I used the map function, so that qualifies as well. All right, Doc, we'll add this just for you. I really do want to add sound effects, because like sound effects just make the game. Like right now, it's quiet. It's just me clickety clacketing on my keyboard. But if we add ambiance and like success sounds and fail sounds and game over sounds, like it just adds so much more to the game. So I think I'm gonna do that. You forgot the quote stock.
Game over. The customer had a severe allergic reaction and you were fired.
Great. There's some gifts earlier. Thanks again, BCTP, for the gifts earlier. And the Clown Foe, thank you very much for that Prime sub. All right. I don't want to add the sound effects. We'll add one sound effect. We'll add a bad sound effect if you get the order wrong. That's all we're going to add. Because I haven't eaten lunch. I need to go eat. Wrong. We're gonna use that one. Yeah, we'll add the ambient music as well. I need to find one though. This. So when you get it wrong, we're gonna play this sound. This is all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna create an audio element at the global level. So it just gets created when the app runs. And then when you get something wrong, which we have right here, we're going to say reset the current time back to 0 and then play it. Cool. Cool. That should do it. Now it's just going to play. If you get something wrong, it'll play that sound. Okay, so if I do like coffee, nope, and then it resets. Let's see if we can find a reset sound. Cool. System resetting. Oh, that one's still playing. Cups clinking? Yeah, that'd be good. Teacup clink. This is the one. Teacup clink. The sound of pouring the drink down the sink. Well, that's if they get it right. Let's see if we can find somebody saying order up. Order ready? What's this one, Mr. Bierman? Sure. When the game is over, we'll play this sound. Again, there's definitely other and potentially better ways of doing the sounds, but for these purposes, this should be fine. The game is officially over here. I need to rename this game over sound. Okay. Order ready? Yeah, I like that. Like a desk bell. It's very reverberated. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Const order ready sound. Like that. And then when the order is ready, I'm just laughing because it's playing in the background. This. Here. Cool. And then we really do just need a coffee shop sound. You hear the guy's microphone? Small Scandinavian coffee. In Oslo. All right, this is the one. I believe we can set it to loop background sound. Loop. True. Great. And then whenever you that sounds playing it. Whenever you start the game, we'll just start playing it if it's not already playing. All right, let's do it. Doc is saying if we do this, we instantly use more bandwidth. All right, time to ship it. Here it goes. Are you guys ready? Press space to start. All right, we got. Oh, I totally forgot. We only right now it's 10 seconds. I need to change that to actually 62 seconds. Where am I doing that? Here. All right. Space to start. All right, we've got an ice, espresso, coffee. Nice. Okay, we've got a coffee. We've got a mud, ice, espresso, ice. We've got a foam, coffee. We've got a mud, ice, mud. We've got a mud. Yeah, I get it. Let's do that. So a double ice mud. Volu? Is that better? Okay. We just got foam in a cup. We'll do milk. Great. Okay, we got ice, milk, and if we get something wrong... Oh, wrong. Should start over and have to do it again, so it does ice, milk, mud, espresso. Great. Ice, water. Where's the milk? Milk, sugar. 19 seconds left. Got up. Nope. Oh, I should remove points. I should remove points if you get it wrong. That's one thing that we're not doing. So if and when... Oh, wait, is it game over? Game over. I got 10 points. I've been coding for about 4.5 hours at this point. Yeah, if you get it wrong, I'm going to decrease your score and reduce the amount of time that you have. So that would happen right here. So we're going to say set score, grab the previous value. It's going to be the previous value minus the total number of ingredients for this order. And then also, well, to decrease the time, I guess we could do set game end to be its current value. You lose this number of seconds. Is that right? Isn't that overcomplicated? This whole thing is overcomplicated. Okay, let's see though. So if I get this wrong, we should get a negative score and the time should decrease by 2. It did, so now it's to 52, and immediately to 52. So we do an espresso. I'll get it wrong, and it should decrease. Yeah, so the time does decrease by the length of the order. So foam, mud, milk, mud. Where's the sugar? Water, coffee, sugar, and foam. Why is the milk so gross looking? I don't know. Just a solid espresso. Water, sugar, milk. Game over. I got an 11. Cool. All right, I'm done with this. There's definitely so much more that we could do with it, but I need to eat. I'm gonna put it on the internet, and you all can go play it. Foam water. Do all of the improvs turn out looking so good? I mean, it depends on how much time I spend. Most of the time, we build what we set out to build. If you look at some of the older coding improvs that happen, we usually finish. And we get the thing done that we said we were going to get done. It's not always pretty. Cool. We want a foam. We want an ice. Oh no! We want an ice foam. Just milk in a cup. We want just a water. Just a coffee. Easy. All right, tricky one. We got a milk, water. Great. A water, milk. Okay. So you can play the game if you go here. It's probably not going to work on mobile because you need a keyboard to play. Once the game is going, you use the arrow keys to select and then enter to choose that ingredient. And I got an 8. All right, let's play again. We want an espresso. Great. We want a milk foam. It might, if you're not hearing sound, it might take a second for the sounds to download because they're it might be pretty large. Foam, espresso, ice, sugar. I think my best score so far is like 8. I haven't played it that much. Ice espresso. Espresso, sugar. You got a 20? Nice. Espresso. Ice. Yeah, clicking would have been fine. We explicitly had a suggestion for keyboard, which is why I incorporated it that way. It also makes it a bit harder than, like, if you're on a PC, like, clicking would have been really easy. Autoplay isn't on, so the sounds don't start until you start the game. So, like, it starts off... Oh, you got a 30. Nice. It starts off silent, and then when you press space is when the background noise starts. Coffee. Water. Espresso. Sugar. Foam. Coffee. Ice. Coffee. Sugar. Water. Ice. And milk. Some of these are ridiculous. We want espresso. Mud. Coffee. Coffee. Water. Great. Milk. Water. Espresso. We want a mud. Ice. Water. I got a 27. Okay. Yeah, and you have to do them in the right order. I'll show you really quick. If you get it in the wrong order, so this one's easy, just espresso. But if you do it, this is also easy. It's just a cup of sugar, just a cup of mud. Right. So if you do it in the wrong order, you have to start over. So I have to do milk, and then water, and then coffee, then water. But if I do water first, you have to start over from the top. Milk, water. Sugar? No. Milk, water, coffee, water. 2-player mod split screen? Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I gotta go eat lunch, and yeah. That face when an order is all the same. Yeah, so, is the item as the currently selected? Yeah, so if you, you just did an order, and it finishes... Oh no. Well, yeah, so that's probably what we spent a ton of time on. You can barely even see it. Is the cup actually fills up as you put the ingredients in. You know what would be fun? I'm not going to code this, but when the order goes out, if this would actually just fly off of the screen, that'd be great. This seems like a thankless job. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. thanks everybody for hanging out. I shouldn't code this long when I'm this hungry and tired. But we got it done in a very long amount of time. But if this was interesting to you, be sure to check out my YouTube. It's called Coding Garden. If you search for Coding Improv by Coding Garden. Yeah, you're welcome, Andreas. Thanks for being here. And thank you, Doc. I appreciate all the suggestions. I'm sorry that we have, 3-4 state variables that are all booleans instead of an enum. But we did what we could. But yeah, you can watch past episodes here and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for all the supports today. Ton of subs and resubs. Thanks again for all those gifts. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for being here, Electrothermal. I appreciate you. And inim frets and SQL Gordster and Sensation Parameter and Anacodes and the artifacts. Thank you, everybody. Cool. All right, we are going to do a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. Wherever we go, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing, all that good stuff. Next stream is planned for next Friday. We'll probably do like a Q&A stream. So if you have coding questions, be sure to drop by then and ask them. Yeah, that's it. You're great. You're awesome. Thanks for being here, or wherever you are in the world. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.